photographer, so on, for that matter. It is not for him to say that it was a very good initiative, but that is also to say that one particular individual who claimed to be the ambassador of See Something, Say Something was able to embezzle over $100 million because he's an ambassador to See Something, Say Something, a journalist, which is a matter we have to investigate. The NDC government will have to investigate that matter.
Will this become a part of oral?
It's already part of oral. Not that it will become. It's already part of oral because such an amount of money given to a single person as an ambassador, say something, that is unheard of. And so sometimes they create opportunities just to get to be able to loot and share, and that is what we are going to invest. But by and large, the security nature of the country, I can say, is good. But what happened just 2 days ago, where they have to promote one particular general to a certain level, is unwarranted.
So he's now Ghana's first four-star general?
Yes, four-star general is unwarranted, and I'm sure this government will have to take certain measures on those things, because somebody who is going
Parliament, the acting clerk to Parliament, comes in and proceedings begin. So that is what we are taking so far. But then I can also say that some big wigs from the NDC, like the party chairman, General Asiedun Ketia, is also in the House, is also in the chamber now. A couple of minutes he was exchanging pleasantries with some of the NDC MPs as well as the NPP MPs elect. And a couple of them, all other MPs that have won without any issues on their seats, have spotted virtually all of them here. A couple of minutes ago, we saw Dumelo walk in, the Honorable John Dumelo walked in amid some cheers, and it's quite interesting. It's a mixed feeling, I must say. Some people are upbeat, so to speak. They don't know what is going to happen. Some too are, they are okay, smiling and taking pictures and all that in the chamber. Yeah.
I can see from the videos you sent us, especially the public gallery and the media gallery, almost full to capacity. The chamber, how is it looking like? Almost all the MPs elect are in, so we can see that maybe they would begin sitting.
All of the MPs, I must say, are almost seated. In fact, virtually, at a point in time, you realize that they had to even carry some seats to certain places for some of the MPs to have a seat in the chamber, because at a point there was a shortage, I must say. I don't know how that was happening. Was if it is 275 and the inclusion of just one constituency, which is the one constituency, to bring a whole shortage where you could see about 3 or 4 MPs standing because they did not have a place to sit. I didn't know how that was happening, but eventually I can say that has been sorted. All the MPs are seated. I must say. One other thing I've observed is that, the newly elected MP for Weja Bawi is very busy, and I suspect that he is likely to be named or is named the second deputy whip for the minority, which is the MPP caucus, because I see him to be very busy. He's the one actually finding seats for some of his colleagues who do not have seats now. So from the way he's all over the place, I'm suspecting that he may likely be the second deputy whip for the minority side.
Well, we'll see how it goes. We are told that a little after 12, that's around 12:05, the election of the speaker will be done. I mean, it's confirmed. Alban Bagwin speaker, first deputy speaker, Bernard Ahiafo confirmed. Yes. We don't know who the second deputy speaker is going to be, but we are told that from the NDC's perspective, it should come from the independent candidates. That's 4 of them. They should be the second deputy speaker.
Let me chip in this for you. We are picking some very interesting signals. I don't know whether it's a game plan. In this game of politics, these politicians can be very tricky sometimes. What is happening is that we are picking signals that if the NPP decide to disobey or try as much as possible to block or insist that their members who have been injuncted be sworn in, like I said earlier on, the Honorable Dafiamepo has given indication that they will not fight it. They will let it pass. But then some...
Doc, we apologize for that trip in the line. We have lost Dr. Kofi Annan. We'll try and re-establish contact with him and let him complete what he was telling us in Parliament. This is our coverage as the 8th Parliament bars out tonight. Midnight stands dissolved this afternoon. Speaker of Parliament, the leadership of the both minority majority, they gave their final statements on the floor of Parliament. So once it's midnight, automatically the 8th Parliament is dissolved, and then we'll be ushering into the 9th Parliament. As we try and re-establish contact with Desmond Kofi Annan, Doctor, our reporter in Parliament. There's also Havila Kekeli reporting for us in Parliament as well. So today we are live and heavy in Parliament because that's where this event is happening. Fortunately, Doc rejoins us on the line. Doc, you were making a point and I unfortunately lost you on the line.
Yes. Let me quickly make this. So, like I was saying, we've been picking some interesting signals on the ground, and it has to do with the second deputy speaker spot.
Okay.
You know, as it is now, it is not very clear as to whether the NPP's, the Honorable Amakon Esiama is going to be the surest bet. Because the NDC, some NDC members we spoke to who do not want us to put their names out, indicate that if the NPP decide to disregard or push very hard that their members be sworn in, even though they've been injuncted, then they would also insist that the second deputy speaker spot be given or to be taken to any of the independent MPs elect, and that will be very interesting. And that will come back to history, the 2004 situation that we had in Parliament, if you remember, where the NDC had to lose that spot of being in the leadership, so to speak, there's any of the three speakers, because they had nominated a candidate against the president's choice of Bignas Hughes, right honorable speaker, where the NDC nominated Peter Alajite, if you remember. Yes, and so the NPP also decided to fill the candidate for the second deputy speaker spot against the NDC.
Malik Yakubu. NDC had Kendrasa.
Yes. Kendrasa, and they brought in Malik Yakubu. And so we are in for a similar situation if care is not taken.
And then they decided at that time to give the first deputy speaker to Freddie Blay, who was a
CPP candidate at the time,
and decided to do business with the NPP.
Exactly. So you realize that the NDC did not have a spot in the three speakers bid. So it's looking more like a situation like that. A replica of it is going to happen if care is not taken. And what it means is that if it comes to that level, that means that we have to go into voting. We have to go into voting now, because the NPP will nominate their candidates, and then the NDC would also have to nominate, and then the members of parliament will now have to vote.
But you know that when it comes down to the voting, the NDC has 183.
Exactly. Exactly.
So automatically.
We are in interesting times, and we are hoping that we don't get, because people are already tired, because people also want to go and rest for tomorrow, because it's going to be a long day. If it happens that there's no compromise to the situations for things to cool down, then we may have to stay through up to maybe 5 a.m. because when these elections, the voting starts, it means that we're going to go as far as 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning.
Well, this voting will be made easier because of the current changes they did in the chamber. You know, they can vote electronically. They don't have to now do what was done on the 7th of January 2021, where they had to bring a ballot box and do the paper. Now you can sit in your chair and vote electronically and be counted. So that will be faster. We will not be going to
unfortunately, all these apps on their tables have been removed. I don't know if it comes to they will bring the tablets or whatever it is, the gadgets to them to do the voting. But as it is now, there's virtually is an empty table.
Okay, so with the new thing they did, you just have to press it. It's on the table, but it's gone inside. So when you press it, it just pops up. That's one of the new things that they've done. That is why they were sitting at the Accra International Conference Center. These are some of the changes they were doing. So I'm sure, yes, we still have a long night, because we will see what Speaker will do, or the clerk of acting clerk will do with this injunction that are being served on some MPs elect who have decided to come and sit in the chamber. We have a long night.
I just also spotted the member elect for Tema Central, that is Charles Forson. I've just spotted him. He's also in his white dress here, and we'll see how things will unfold. But we have a long. I just pray this will be sorted once and for all, so we can go and rest.
All right, Doc. Very grateful for the update. We'll come to you. Just drink some water. We'll come to you as and when there are new development in Parliament. Dr. Kofi Annan in Parliament. Havila Kekeli is also in Parliament. So as and when there's any development, we'll go to Parliament. So let me come to Lawyer Kweku Ansah. Help us understand this. How is it possible that there's an injunction on some people and they find themselves in the chamber waiting? How is this possible?
I'm surprised myself because our parliament comprises honorables. They are honorable members, and therefore, we expect them, to behave honorably. What an injunction order means simply is that a person has drained from doing certain things that he wanted to do. You see, so if they are being injuncted, it means for now they are not even MP elect, let alone coming, to the house, to the chamber on the floor, to be sworn. It is deplorable, to say the least. So my understanding is that the person directly affected ought not even, have sauntered into Parliament, in the first place. They shouldn't have been there. What your correspondent had just said, that, they want to compromise, I think it will be the most dishonorable thing ever to happen on the floor of Parliament. They are aware that they've been injuncted, and that means that they cannot come. If they do come, they'll be in contempt of,
especially with the Akwatia and Fantiakwa, which had been served on them. Even with the other 9-1, Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, Techiman South, Trobo, and the others, they were served this evening, but Akwatia had been served. Whether they were served in the morning or in the evening, they are aware. And in law, if they disobeyed, the court. So the disobedience is, to the court. It means that they are not recognizing the dignity and authority of the court. For that, they have to be sanctioned. That is what is meant by contempt. So in law, we say that, we will put it this way, that they have contumaciously disobeyed the order of the court. And for that, they have to go to prison until they purge themselves of the contempt. I am quite sure that the Speaker will not swear them. How will the Speaker prevent them? Because they're already in the chamber.
Being in the chamber is one thing, and getting, sworn is another. The Speaker is a lawyer, very senior lawyer, and he knows the consequences of disobeying an order or the court. I don't think the Speaker will swear them. They are MP elect, yes, but until you are sworn in, you are not a substantive MP. That's the difference. Speaker swears them. It means the Speaker, is disobeying the order of the court. And a cardinal principle, of law is that Parliament is presumed not to do the absurd. And they are in Parliament House. So, if what they are going to do will end up in absurdity, they ought not, to do it in the first.
How will it end up in absurdity? Because
you have been injuncted. You have come. And the Speaker is going to swear you in. It means that, one argument is interfering, with the course of the administration of justice. And that is, an impeachable offense in the Constitution. If you disobey, it means that you are not upholding. And the rule of law is the cornerstone of our governance. So if from the first day they are going to flout orders of court, that will not augur well for this nation. I don't expect the Speaker to do any dishonorable thing this evening or this morning.
It looks like the Speaker foretold us what was going to happen. Because in his last address, he had said that he does not recognize the recollation and redeclaration of persons after they had been duly declared at the collation centers, and that it's his duty to swear you in, and he was not going to swear those individuals who had been recollated,
whose results had been
recollated
yes.
and redeclared.
Yes.
Now, these individuals have found themselves in the chamber. I'm looking at how Speaker will tell them,
just,
walk out.
Ignore them. No, he can't ignore them.
Because they are all going to be sworn in at the same time. He ignores them, they are going to take their oath.
The truth
Yeah.
of the matter right now is that we don't have speaker right now.
Yes.
So let's give the benefit of the doubt. Now the parliament is in the hands of the clerk.
By the time they walk in, we had a speaker.
The time they walked in. No,
Right
but
now?
right now,
Until parliament is prorogued, the speaker remains the speaker.
you see,
Yes.
right now, we don't have speaker.
Right now, we have a speaker of the 8th parliament, and we have 8th parliament, which has
So,
not been dissolved.
and these are the representatives of
the
9th
ninth
parliament.
parliament.
So
Okay.
right now,
But they walked into the 8th parliament.
but that
at
time, the speaker right now is not active.
Okay.
Even if we know that he is going to come,
He's
not
waiting for
yes, for the
midnight.
12th midnight,
Okay.
before a member can raise an issue on the floor that this and this
We
and
have
this.
aliens here.
Yes, so right now they are just enjoying their own honeymoon because we don't have an active speaker right now.
But we have the
For the
marshals.
ninth-
What are the marshals there for?
Yes, marshals, as I'm saying, may take orders from speaker once it is elected.
Okay.
If maybe they've not given them that authority right now, they can't act.
But the clerk can act, can't he?
He should act, and that is our worry right now, like we are saying. He should act. But if he has not acted before the speaker comes in, I'm sure a member will raise the issue about the injunction. And once that is raised, it will be upheld by the speaker, and then the right thing will be done. Like my senior said, we don't want to see any absurdity in the floor of the house tonight. Everything should move smoothly. But you see, there will be people who will be telling these guys or honorable members, to you go inside, go inside, go inside. This is very, very bad at the political realm.
But if I understood the correspondent, what you were saying is that the MPP is trying, to
ensure that these people are sworn in,
are sworn
duly
in.
sworn in.
Yes.
Because they find, and I see a repeat of 2021 when James Jachikwe Asen North, when the majority leader for the 8th parliament, now outgoing majority leader, minority leader for the 9th parliament, Apenyo, raised the attention of the speaker that there's been an injunction on the swearing in of Jachikwe and that he has served the clerk. That was when I remember Mutaka asking, who served? Are you a bailiff? He said no. He said, oh, and he was reading on his phone. And he said, no, that is not how you're a lawyer. That is not how we serve.
So there is an escape there for the speaker. The speaker did not speak. You didn't mention that the speaker answered.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
So today, if the speaker comes and says, yes, I have received, what will you say? That's all. But my senior man is there. They are the lawyers. They know how to play games. They know how to play games.
Politicians also know how to play games.
Yes. So we have studied that we are politicians with that law. And they
But
are
you make their laws.
Yes, we made the law, but I'm not a lawyer. Sorry. So politicians who is not a lawyer. But we know how our legal luminaries play games.
But you see, it would be very unfortunate, if our politicians, would try to cut corners.
Yeah.
By saying that, they've not been served. I think we should respect, the law, hold the law. If we keep trumpeting every now and then that the rule of law is the cornerstone of our governance system, and yet, the lawmakers themselves are going to, breach the law, then who has to observe or uphold the law?
So, based on that, lawyer, let me ask you, filing a process in court, does it automatically means it's been served? And
No.
because it has been filed,
No. Service
I
means
should stop what I'm doing.
the bailiff who is duly authorized to deliver a court document called process to the person directly affected. So if you are the person named, in the process, then if I'm the bailiff, I need to give it to you. So if I, walk into your kitchen, for instance, and it is your husband and not you, I cannot give it to your husband. If it's to your husband, you have not been served, because service is personal.
Okay.
Now, so if it is not done personally, then there's an alternative which we call the substituted service.
Okay.
So substituted service, is the alternative means of effecting personal service, which otherwise couldn't have
And that's
been
where
served.
you can even do it via WhatsApp or go and post it
electronically.
on there. Okay.
Sure.
Again, if you're serving me and I refuse to accept it physically,
You can't refuse.
and you put it on the table,
I have served you. You see, where for instance, the bailiff realizes that, the person looks ferocious and that there's danger looming, he can read the contents of the process from a very, reasonable distance,
Okay.
and then drop it. Just tell you the contents of the document that, I'm a bailiff from the court, I've been, authorized to serve you, this is the nature and blah, 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 and then throw it at you and run away.
so whilst you are waiting for how this whole I've been served, I've not been served is trying to play out to see, and we're just bidding our time, just waiting for the 12 midnight, the 5 minutes
but I think that to be a very dishonorable thing for any MP elect who has been served, to attempt to cut corners by saying that he has not been served.
So if they've not been served, and then the Speaker and Clerk of Parliament admits that they have been served,
no, he cannot. If they've not been, he cannot, because there is what is known as proof of service.
Okay.
The bailiff who is serving has to make a return. There is an affidavit, indicating the mode or method of service, the time, the person who was served, and all that. Now, when he makes that, return, it is, service. He has acknowledged the fact that he has duly delivered or given the process to the person, whose name does appear on the document.
Okay.
Now, if he was not able to serve, he will return. You make a no return, service. So on the affidavit, you indicate that these were the circumstances under which he could
not serve.
That would be the end.
Again, maybe the MP elects have not been served, but the Speaker has been served, and the Clerk of Parliament or Clerk to Parliament has been served.
If the MP elect, if the MP elect is the object of the service, it cannot be served, on the Speaker yet, because he has not been sworn as MP, and therefore it's not an MP. So it is only MPs who can be served through their head, and the head is either the clerk or the Speaker. So I don't know. He
but
probably
it's an injunction preventing that person from being sworn in, and we know that the swearing in is supposed to be done by the Speaker.
Yes, but you see, we have all read or we have all heard that some MPs elect have been injuncted. Whether they have been served with the order of injunction is another matter. They may have been injuncted by the court. And the law is that if they were in the court,
they were in the court when the judgment was delivered.
When the ruling was given, and they heard about it, the court in a contempt matter can say that by you heard it, you were there,
your
you need not wait, to be given, the physical document. That is, the analysis, of the law. But another judge will say that even though they were there, they needed to tenor of the order.
Okay.
You know, because the order must speak to something, and therefore if the person, you know, didn't know the precise order embodied or contained in the process, how is he going, you know, to, that is what, you know, he meant by, you know, they have a way of, you know. And then the speaker might say, well, I have not been given anything. You remember the October 17 after your marking, the speaker said you have not been served.
Yes.
Yes, and I was on a program here, you know, and I explained that if the speaker said you are not being served, you are not being served. The speaker is an honorable person, so are they all the honorable people there. And I'm saying that if they know that they have been injuncted, they should just, you know, remain at home, not come at all, because this may prove very embarrassing, very, very embarrassing for all of us.
Another aspect too is that the other time, the director legal for NDC, they served the EC that the recollection that they are doing, they should stay off execution. You get me right? That is what they've sent to Parliament too. So in this case, we have to maybe take time, because maybe personally these MPs elected were not served, but they served the EC. Even they went to the EC and the offices were closed, so they served their council and then went and served Parliament. So in this case, maybe the MPs elect who are in the chamber now are just playing around that have not received any document. Meanwhile, the EC who did the recollection, that the director legacy that no, this is not correct. For that matter, they asked for a stay of execution. Send that document to Parliament. So at least
we just have some 10 minutes.
No, but it will lie in the mouth of any MP elect, you know, who has been slapped with an injunction order, you know, to enter, you know, the chamber and claim, you know, ignorance of the very thing that he knew all along, you know, from what happened in the courtroom. I don't think they should do that.
Yes, you are left with 5 minutes to midnight. But the speaker's election would be 5 minutes after midnight. So let's say 10 minutes time.
And it is after the speaker has been elected,
then
sworn in, that he can also swear the
MPs in.
So
we just have to wait, yes.
Yeah, but while we are waiting, I think I need to comment on this collation, recollation,
and redeclaration.
You see, there's nothing like recollation in CI 127.
No.
There's nothing like that. And I've always, you know, said that we should not, that is, the judges and the MPs should not attempt to import words that are not
in the CI,
in the law, into the law. When they do that, you know, they are you know, they are causing confusion, creating problem for everyone. What the law says is, if there's a recount, a recount. So the key word in Regulation 42 of CI 127 is a recount.
And but what they're doing now is not recounting. They're not recounting the ballot papers.
Exactly.
They're only doing what is on the pink sheets.
Yeah, but
so that is not.
But it is not in the law.
Yeah.
It is not in the law. We are guided, you know, by CI 127. Why was CI 127, you know, passed in the first place?
Yeah.
As a guideline.
Yeah. And
if you are going to do what is not contained in the guideline, it is null and void from the beginning. And the lawyer will say ab initio. You see, so from the inception, it is not effective.
So why is the EC allowing that to be done?
Yeah, so the EC itself has caused the confusion by, you know, trying to do what the law has not asked them in this room. So they've gone outside the language of CI 127, and therefore they are wrong. They've erred. If they've erred, whatever, you know, they will put on their pink sheet or is null and void.
But in the defense of the EC, what they say is that the collation was not complete. It was halted. There were polling station results that were not added. So what they've gone to do is to go and complete the process and declare the winners.
No, in that case, what regulation 42 of CI 127, has put down or indicated is that the returning officer and the polling agents, the two polling agents, they will sign, each of them will sign something, and then the returning officer will certify. And after certification, submit it to the commission. And the commission, must within 30 days rerun the elections in that particular constituency. That is what the law says. And that is what should be observed. Not what, the chair of EC or a returning officer, feels must be done. No.
So why is the High Court judges or the High Court judge allowing the EC to do something that is not in the CI 127 that governs the elections that was just conducted on December 7th?
You see, it depends on the understanding, how a particular judge understands, the scenarios. To be honest with you, until, you read 127, CI 127, you think that, but allow them to do it after its election. But I have a copy of 127 here. It says, Regulation 42, 1, where in a parliamentary election, after the completion or the counting of votes, including a recount, there is an equality of vote between the candidates, and the addition of a vote will entitle one of the candidates to be declared or elected. The returning officer shall A, certify that fact by endorsing the rate, and B, forward the endorsed rate to the commission. 2, the commission shall 3 days after receipt of the endorsed rate in respect of a constituency conduct a second parliamentary election. We must follow this to the letter. We are not following it. So if the word there is recount, and they've indicated that if there's a tie, or if you recount and one person will be ahead of the other candidate, then just declare it, as a no contest and rerun the thing. Then you come to 43, declaration and publication of parliamentary election results. Set to Regulation 42, immediately after the results of the poll for all the polling stations, the constituency of the returning officer have been given to the returning officer. The returning officer shall, in the presence of the candidates or the representatives of the candidates, or not more than 2 counting agents appointed by each candidate, A, assemble the result from the polling stations. So you say all. Now, in the scenarios confronting the court, it is not all the constituencies. It is some. And the EC is saying that, okay, if it is, let's say we have 205, but we have results for 78, certainly that is not all. That is where, they are trying to say that in that case, they will have to count and recount, but the law doesn't allow them to do that. So I think that I expect the speaker to be quite firm. For once, the speaker should be firm and direct the courts as to what must be done. Because this is a political thing. Last week, incoming President Trump, he wrote to the U.S. Supreme Court. So this particular issue between TikTok and the U.S. government is a political question. Please wash your hands off and allow us,
we the politicians, to deal with it.
That must be the guideline. Yes.
Well, it's some 3 minutes after midnight. So
Wow.
I can say today is 7th January 2020. The 8th Parliament is dissolved. So we are in the 9th Parliament, counting to the swearing in of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament, and then the swearing in of members of Parliament for the 9th Parliament. This is where the action is going to happen. I have two gentlemen here with me, former member of Parliament for Buem constituency, and Buem constituency has been one of my constituencies since I was introduced to that constituency by the late Henry Ford Camel when he was member of Parliament for that constituency. He was a Deputy Minister for Land and Natural Resources. He was Volta Regional Minister. And then,
Are you a Guan?
No, I'm not. In fact, so that's how come Buem became one of my constituencies.
That's good.
And Honorable Dano Kwesi Sherman was also member of Parliament for that constituency. And Fi Adams came to and sit him in their primaries.
That's true.
Yes, and he's here with me, and also former director of the Ghana School of Law, Ghana Law School. I don't know why anytime I want to mention his name, it's the professor that comes first. So that is Lawyer Kweku Asasai. He prefers to be called Mr. Kweku Asasai. So we are discussing the interesting things that are likely to happen in the next 2 or 3 minutes when Aban finally walks into the chamber, and then we'll go back to Parliament and pick the live feed of what is happening, whether those injuncted will be sworn in or the Speaker will walk them out of Parliament, see them as aliens, or all those things that will happen. But the 8th Parliament, quite an interesting Parliament. Honorable, let me ask you what your highs are of this 8th Parliament. The Parliament that, for the first time in the history of this country, saw military invasion, saw a brawl over the election of a speaker. In fact, there were blows of fisticuffs in the passing of e-levy and several other interesting things in the 8th Parliament.
MPs chewing and swallowing.
Actually, in my view, Ghana democracy has transitioned into a new level in 8th Parliament.
Okay.
For which, left with me alone, the law students need to study and politicians coming need to study a lot of things.
In the 8th Parliament?
Yes. And unfortunately, I am not seeing that.
Nobody's learning anything.
Maybe somebody's learning the corner that I don't know.
Okay.
Because we've been in the system of majority, and at this 8th Parliament that we transition a bit, look at what has happened. Soldiers entering chamber that has never happened before, people chewing papers and all that, just because we have a balance of power. And so I asked myself,
sitting speakers voting, taking decisions.
Yes, taking decision, a referee voting or playing. They say penalty, they say referee should come and play penalty. Because it
for the common human life be realized.
Okay. So let's go live to Parliament now,
Grant us the vision
and
of
then
our
we'll come back.
country. A country all citizens shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and a love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Summoning of Parliament for the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament. Know ye all men that in the exercise of the powers conferred on the clerk to Parliament, I, Ebenezer Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament, appointed under Article 124 of the Constitution and pursuant to Order 82 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, do hereby appoint Parliament House, Accra, to be the place, and 12 midnight of Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025, to be the time, and 12 midnight of Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025, to be the time when Parliament shall sit to elect a Speaker and Deputy Speakers for the administration of oath to the Speaker and members of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Signed, Ebenezer Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament. Our members elect, it is my honor to inform you that I have received from the Electoral Commission the writ of elections for the December 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, and I shall proceed to read the communication from the Electoral Commission. Let me indicate that the writs came in sequence. I have 3 writs of elections, supplementary writs of elections. The first writ of election was issued dated September 2024, addressed to the clerk to Parliament. It reads, "Dear sir, submission of writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. I write to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 17 December 2024 with reference number PS/CS/027/34 on the above subject matter. Kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for 274 constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)B of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Please note that there are 2 constituencies which have issues with their coalitions. The Commission will notify you when the issues regarding the 2 constituencies have been resolved. So that is the first one. The second writ of elections was received on the 2nd of January 2025. It reads, the clerk to Parliament, Parliament of Accra, dear sir, submission of writ of elections for the Domi Kwabenya parliamentary election held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for the Domi Kwabenya constituency, kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for the Domi Pavinya constituency. Also attached is a schedule containing the name of the candidate elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)B of the Public Elections Regulation 2024 CI 127. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations. The third writ of elections was received on the 5th of January. 5th January. Also addressed the Clerk to Parliament, and it reads: DSS, submission of writ of elections for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of police station results for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South constituencies, kindly find attached writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024 for the above mentioned constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)B of the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127. Again signed by Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations for Chairperson. Honourable members, elect, by this communication, the writs are hereby tabled for the information of the entire House. Honourable members, elect, Order A3 of our standing orders states that a clerk, as the presiding officer, shall conduct a roll call of the members of Parliament elect, and a member is expected to respond to the roll call. I now proceed to call out your names in alphabetical order. But before I do so, it is imperative to bring to the attention of honorable members a matter of concern. I say so because I know this is a matter which will come up on this floor, and so it is my noble constitutionally and procedurally to draw your attention for your. So I proceed, honorable members. I proceed. Two issues relating to two constituencies are outstanding, and the constituencies are Ablekuma North and Akwetia. Honorable members, would you kindly listen as we proceed? Ablekuma North and Akwetia. The case of Ablekuma North is known to all of us in this honorable House. We don't have writ of elections from the Electoral Commission in respect of Ablekuma North, and therefore it is impossible to proceed with any matter relating to Ablekuma North in terms of roll call and in terms of the eligibility of a member for that constituency to participate in the election of the Speaker. In the case of Akwetia, the Clerk to Parliament was served a process on the 3rd of January 2025 with an order of interim injunction from a High Court in Koforidua. This order was served through the legal office of the Parliamentary Service. The order directed the respondents, including the Clerk to Parliament, indicating that they are restrained from proceeding to call, admit, register, swear in, records, gazette, the said Ernest Yao Kumi as the elected member for the Akutia constituency. At the time of the receipt of the order, the Parliamentary Service had already completed the process of registration of Ernest Yao Kumi as member-elect. This is precisely because the first writ of elections that we received, Ernest Yao Kumi was part of that process. So we received writ of elections in respect of Ernest Yao Kumi. And without the pendency of any suit, any process, the Parliamentary Service, in compliance with due process, had to register the member. So we did so. Subsequently, it has come to our attention there's a restraining order of a court, restraining not just the member, but the Clerk to Parliament, proceeding with the registration from proceeding with the members' participation in the election of the Speaker. This is a matter that honorable members ought to know, since it is a court order which order restrains the Clerk to Parliament as well from proceeding or dealing with a member in this matter. I find myself constrained. Matter to the attention of the House. That is my pleasant duty to do. The member may decide, may elect to participate, but in doing so, I'm drawing attention to Article 105 of the Constitution, and I read, a person who votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an enactment of Parliament. Having done this, I have discharged my noble duty. I'll end there. At this time, I remember
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, Colleagues, please, let's make a headway. Mr. Chairman, we have heard you. This is a house of rules and procedure that is not in doubt. This is a house that relies on precedents. I just have a simple answer to the point you made, and I have the instructions of my respected colleague-elect, Honorable Ernest Kumi, and fortified by the precedents of this house, which precedents is dated 7th of January 2021. I simply, Mr. Chairman, the member so desires to proceed to be sworn in and to also participate in the election of the Speaker and bear the consequences himself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mahama'S. I do the roll call. Proceed with the roll call, and I will invite the head of table to proceed with the. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. I am therefore, for the records, inviting you to respond to the position the honorable member concerned has taken, just for the records, because we don't want surprises as we proceed. So we want to know so that we take. Honorable members elect, I have taken note of what the Honorable Minority Leader has said. We will proceed appropriately. Yes. I have taken note of what the Honorable Minority Leader has said. The Honorable Member heard what we said. He knows the consequences of his actions and inactions. So we leave it there. We'll proceed. All right. So, head of table.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Mr. Chairman, yes, the minority leader has spoken. Spoke for the member. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, since the member elect is before this House, it will only be right for that member to speak for the records. Mr. Chairman, I say this because the court has issued an order. The said order has been served on the member and the clerk to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, you read to us Article 105 of the Constitution. The honorable member, the minority leader, took responsibility and spoke on behalf of the member elect. We want to Yes, I listened to him. I heard him. If he's taking responsibility, let the records reflect. Let the records reflect that the member-elect for Akwetia constituency has disregarded the court order, and the repercussions of Article 105 of the Constitution applies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We shall now proceed with a roll call.
Yes.
We are proceeding with a roll call. When a member-elect's name is mentioned, the member must rise in his seat to be recognized. Thank you, honorable members-elect. Head of table, proceed with the roll call.
Abdul Khalid Mohammed Sharif. Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji George Kwame. Achampon Brian. Achampon Richard. Aqua Alexander Kwesi. Adam Hamza. Adam Muhammad Amin. Adams Abdul Salam. Adams Kofi Idi. Adams Mishab Mahama. Ado Ebenezer Kweku. Ado Kweku. Ado Yao Frimpong. Ado Kenneth Daniel Nana. Adi Frederick. Ejay Felicia. Adomako Ernest. Adongo I. Educhum Yao Osei. Afenyo Sedem Kweku. Afenyo Marken Alexander. Afol Eric. Afol Kofi Bente. Efriye Nanayu. Efriye Frank. Agalga James. Agwana Eric Edem. Agbenyo Fred Kwesi. Agbeve Charles Akwesi. Agbenyo Fred Kwesi. Agbeve Charles Akwesi. Agboja Kwame Govins, Ejari Alexander, Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo, Ajimai Prempe Eric, Ajimai Kingsley, Ajimai Rollins Zaneto, Ajin Sam Lawrence, Ahinkan Frederick Yao, Ahi Samson, Ahia for Bernard, Ahmed Ibrahim, Edu Michael Kwesi, Akando Kwabna Minta, Akrugu Faustina Eliklim, Akwete Okli Felix, Alajo Seidu Al Hassan Abdul Fatawu, Al Hassan Suini Saibu, Al Hassan Umar, Amankwa Milisa, Amankwa Nicholas, Amankwa Menu Kofi, Amwa Stephen, Amwaku Andrew Esiama, Amwaku Jampo Rudolph, Ampa Bin Simon Chreme, Ampofu Kwame Chumesi, Amprechum Sapon Kweku, Enim Enestiao, Ankoma Emilia, Anodompre Frank, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Apak Clement Abaz, Apie J Patricia, Ahin Ebenezer Prince, Amable Nyameke, Arthur Emilia, Asamoah Asamoah Vincent Topon, Asante Lawrence Koko, Asante Boatin Kweku, Asare Kwame Obain, Esiedu Aida Ajoa, Asensu Boachi Francis, Ashi Alfred Nikote, Esiedu Charles, Asafwa Vincent Eko, Aworigo Simon Akibangi, Ewa Nane J Bafo, Ewuku Samuel, Awuni Theresa Ladi, Ayamba Ladi Ayi, Ayariga Mahama, Aye Nana Asafweje, Aye Grace, Aye Ne Dominic Akritinga, Azuma Bandim Abednego, Azuma Joseph, Befi Michael, Batagli Mohammed Isa, Baudra Charles, Bawadua Charles, Bezra Emmanuel Kwesi, Bequin Frank Estiedu Bequin, Bessie Daniel Keshi, Beyo Titles Kofi, Bisu Mavis Kukwa, Boaku Gideon, Dragon, Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boa Emmanuel Kweku, Boama Patrick Yao, Boatin Joseph Apia, Boatin Kwa, Brahma Muhammad Bawa, Brefo Bright Asamoah, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Bachman Philip Fifi, Bukari Joseph Nipe, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joanna Jan, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame, Damwa Kwejo, Dan Abdul Latif, Dangbe Ernestina Ofori, Dapa Elvis Osei Mensa, Dapila Kletu Seidu, Dako John, Dako Mensa Kwabnotre, Dauda Collins, De Sebastian Fred, Jabab Nelson Kofi, Jogbadi Jorani Godwin Enimli, Dra Emmanuel, Dumelo John Seto, Jiwonu Laurentia, Enu James, Fatahia Abdul Aziz, Foko Chinebua Kodia, Fodro John Intim, Fomadi Jean-Marie, Forsen Castle Atoba, Forsen Charles, Frimpau Kwamiado, Frimpon Joseph, Frimpon Ohene Kwame, Frimpon Owen Kwame, good. Gakwe Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Ganza Al-Hassan Kobna, Gomadoyao, Gomashi Jifa Abla, Jan Mensa Richard, Jechi Nasira Fra, Henry Benson Gottfried, Hotoje Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Ibrahim Azura Mohammed, Idrisu Haruna, Isa Atta, Isifu Mahmoud, Jack John Kwame Ado, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Joso Godfrey Seidu, Jinapo John Abdullahi, Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kabiru Muhammad Tai Abdul, Kini Jeffrey, Kodia Kwame Apia, Kunedu Akwesi, Kosa Martin Kweku Ejay Mensa, Kweli Wolase, Su Edem Richard Kofi, Kuma Joseph Kwame,
Present.
Kumi Ernest Yao, Corey Richard, Kuyon Solomon, Kwenu Othniel Echo, Kwatin Kweku Ajimai, Che Shirley, Chiredria Dixon, Lamisi Akambai Balidia, Labi Oscar Ofori, Latte Agnes Namumo, Lukuto Maxwell Kwame, Mahama Daniel Dang, Mahama Shaibu, Mafu Kofia Henko, Mensa Collins Adomako, Mafu Kofi Ahenkwa. Mensa Collins Adomako.
Miss Adomako Mensa Collins.
Mensa Isaac Ejay. Mensa Joseph Kwesi. Mijima Shaibu Nuren. Mills Samuel Atta. Anthony Mohammed Haruna Mohammed Yakubu Mubarak Seed Mumuni Alasan Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak Inkwikara Suma Anthony Nandaya Stanley Yao Nanja Sanja Napari Dominic Nate Ayuku Benjamin Nawani Mark Kurt Indebila Ebenezer Alumri Nichema Bila Alamzi Nitewu Dominic Bingham Aduna in Kansabwe do Maven in Kuma Kojo Pong Nukwa Pius Kwame Nokwai Kofi Ako Nogbe Ernest Henry Notuko Toe Peter Kwesi Intebe William Ayo Intekuni Emmanuel Kofi Intim Adelaide Intosu Helen Ajwa Nuridin Mumuni Mohammed Nyakote Albert Tete Nyako Bismarck Tete Nyako Isaac Buama Nyaku Kingsley Nyaku Thomas Ampim Nyaku Kwame Naminta Nyindam Matthew Oklu Linda Ohenewa Odampton Isaac Asha Oforiata Duke William Allen Kwame Ofosu Felix Kwache Ofosu Ejari Elizabeth Okuno Phyllis Nakoyo Onyina Champon Akwesi Jemfi Opoku Davis Ansa Opoku Eric Opoku Isaac Yao Osei Kennedy Nyako Osei Ejay Nana Osei Akoto Seth Osei Akoto Seth Osei Akoto Seth Osei Asari Abena Oti John Kwabena Bless Oredu Charles Esuaku Owusu Gloria Owusu Owusua Rachel Ama. Owusua Charles Francis Kwabna Brimpong. Peito Desmond de Graft. Pelpo Abdul Rashid Hassan. Pokwe Dusei Ralph. Kweisin James Jechi. Ramadan Mohammed Adamu. Ricketts Hagan George Kweku. Salam Damata Ama Epianima. Sandari Sabashan Meneso. Soya Queen Stapokwa. Sefer Richard Kwame. Seidu Haruna. Shaib Jerry Ahmed. Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo. Sowa Rita Nao Dole. Supari Mohammed Adams.
Absent.
Suleimana Adama.
Yeah. Absent. I'm here.
Suleimana Al Hassan. Suleimana Al Hassan Tampuli. Suleimana Yusuf. Tanko Mustafa Amaju. Taylor Isa Salifu. Taylor Abi Ebenezer Oklite. Tete Agotri Gisela. Tete Joycelyn. Tete Joseph Akwete. Tobin Emmanuel. Tobu Peter Lanshini. Ture Mahama Nasir. Chekpo Thomas Walanyo. Tubazu Abdul Rauf Tonjem. Sorry? Yusuf Mustafa. Vanderpoy Alfred Oko. Bondi David. Winsum Annaba Thomas. Yabua Frank. Yabua Kofi Obri. Yibo Isaac Awuku. Zidin Bid and Watazumo.
Thank you very much. Our members elect, we shall proceed in accordance with Standing Order 8.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. I am satisfied that quorum is present in this House to enable me to proceed to conduct the election of the Speaker. In doing so, I would like to draw your attention to Article 95(1) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that a Speaker of Parliament or qualified to be elected as Member of Parliament. I also want to refer you to Order 7.2, which states, a person shall not be proposed for election as Speaker unless the person has given a written consent to the clerk to be nominated as Speaker. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I beg to quote, where only one person is proposed, the person shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair without any question being put. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Honourable members-elect, I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I come under Order 8.4. Mr. Chairman, I beg to read. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Mr. Chairman, I move that Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin do take the chair of this House as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin is a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, a statesman, a result-oriented and transformational leader. He was elected as Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on the 7th January 2021, thus becoming the first person ever in the history of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the high office of the Speaker of Parliament from a political party that is neither in government nor controls the majority of seats in Ghana's Parliament. He was called to the bar as barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1982 and engaged in private legal practice between 1983 and 1993. He later established a law firm in 1994 called the Law Trust. Right Honorable Speaker entered the University of Ghana in 1977 and graduated in 1980 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and English. He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law in Accra, where he was called to the bar and became a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honorable Babin later earned a postgraduate certificate on privatization of public utilities at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, Tanzania, in the year 1999. He also has an executive master's in governance of management and public administration, JIMPA. Right Honorable Bagbin entered Parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 1993. He won 7 consecutive parliamentary elections. He was Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker decided not to contest as a member of Parliament at the end of his term of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic in the year 2021. He was elected Speaker of Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Within these years, spanning some 28 good years, Honorable Alban Kingsford Bagbin served on various parliamentary committees and chaired several of them. He served as the minority leader from January 2001, a position he held for 8 good years until he transitioned to the majority leader and leader of government business in the year 2009. Honorable Bagbin again served as the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, and later the Minister of Health between 2010 and 2013. In 2014, he returned to the House as the majority leader and leader of government business for the second time. He was elected the second Deputy Speaker in January 2017 for the duration of the 7th Parliament. He was a member of the task force responsible for the President of Ghana's priority project in health, education, and transport from 2013 to 2017, famously referred to by Ghanaians as the 3 wise men. Right Honorable Speaker also served and continues to serve on several boards and international organizations. This includes, currently is the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana that dissolved today. He was a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Parliament, and he was also in attendance as a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He was a member of the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the ACPEU, at Belgium between 2013 and 2015. He was again a member of the International Council for Parliamentarians for Global Action. He is again the founding member, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, between 2004 and 2014. He was a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, again between 1994 to 2017. He was the vice president of CPA between 2021 to 2022. Currently the president, Conference of Speakers, and president of African Legislatures. He's a member, International Advisory Council for Global Governance in Washington, and a member of the International Council for Political Renewal, again in the United States, Washington. For his outstanding leadership and lifetime of dedication to public service, both in Ghana and abroad, Speaker Babin was awarded Doctor of Law Honoris Causa, LLD, by the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, in the year 2017. Right Honorable Speaker has won a significant number of international and domestic awards. He's a strong advocate for gender and social inclusion, women's rights and empowerment, and equitable representation in Parliament in all decision-making across the country and globally. He's also noted for his principled, courageous, firm, decisive, and resolute personality. Right Honorable Bagbin is a man of high integrity and a Democrat per excellence. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Bagbin has championed several institutional reforms and the welfare of members and the parliamentary service during his first term as Speaker. In addition to this, he is the first Speaker of this House to demystify Parliament by taking the institution to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. He is married with 2 kids. I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder? Our minority leader?
It is my distinct honor to rise to second this motion ably moved by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atoba Fosse. But before I second this motion, before I second this motion, under the rules of this House, which secondment requires that there should be no need for remarks or debate, I shall address some preliminary matters. Before, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this House is an independent constitutional body. The mandate given to us to elect a speaker is engraved in the provisions of the Constitution, in particular, Article 95 of the Constitution. The Speaker he hasn't called me.
Mr. Chairman, your guidance will be needed in this matter. This my 4th term in this House, and this is the first time in the history of this Parliament our standing orders are very clear. When you rise to second a motion, there must be no remark, no debate. What the minority leader, who has not told us if it is now spiritually okay for him to sit in the minority leader's chair, I don't know what his spiritual advisors are telling him now. He cannot be violently violating our standing orders with such impunity. We cannot accept it. So, Mr. Chairman, please, we invite you to ensure that this solemn occasion proceeds with respect for our Constitution and the standing orders of the House. If you have some preliminary remarks, you can do that out of the confines of the motion and secondment. You are minority leader. You are well within your right to make your preliminary remarks after. You cannot be violating our standing orders. Please, let's be careful the precedent we set. This is so bizarre. It's never been seen in this House. So, respected minority leader, please. And, Chair, I'm getting the impression that the clerk is allowing the minority leader to dictate the pace. Please, let's see your authority. We will not accept this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, thank you very much. The honorable minority leader indicated that he's aware of the rules of engagement regarding seconding the motion nominating the Speaker. That should be without debate or remarks. And I believe the honorable minority leader will do exactly so. Honorable minority leader, you may proceed without debate or remarks. Honorable minority leader, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to take issues with my respected colleague, Honorable Ablakwa. I will always want to respect his views. But I love debate, and I would want us to go into the issues. I kept quiet. You are impatient. I kept quiet for you. Let's have some decorum. Mr. Chairman, my practice at the bar is always a guide for me. I said I have a preliminary matter to raise. In law, Mr. Blakwa, you pay attention. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Law, pay attention. When Mr. Chairman, I said I have a preliminary matter, I meant to say that I had to deal with the preliminary matter before I get to the stage of seconding the motion, and that is allowed. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this house is a house of rules and procedures. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, let me put on record that the minority leader is a distinguished lawyer of repute. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, I will refer the House to the rules of this House, and specifically to Order 8, Rule 4. And Mr. Chairman did refer to it, which reads, with your permission, and I quote, that a member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person, quote, do take the chair of this House as Speaker, end quote, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks, end quote. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, brother and friend, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, made the point rightly that in seconding the motion for somebody to take the chair, one is not entitled to make remarks or debate. But Mr. Chairman, we all heard the venerable, distinguished, astute lawyer, minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Makin, loud and clear. Mr. Chairman, he said, and I quote him, before I second the motion, and end quote, before I second the motion. Mr. Chairman, he had not seconded the motion. And he did go a step further, Mr. Chairman, he did go a step further to say, before I second the motion, I would like to make some preliminary points. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will pardon my friend and brother, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. He is not a lawyer. And therefore, by a basic rule, Mr. Chairman, by a basic rule or canon of interpretation, even a lay person will appreciate that the distinguished minority leader is yet to second the motion, and therefore he's entitled to make the preliminary points he sought to make. So let the minority leader make those points. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we shall proceed with seconding of the motion. And honorable minority leader, please proceed. The rules of the game.
Mr. Chairman.
Roxy, sit down.
Mr. Chairman, rise to second a motion is a voluntary act. If he's not interested in seconding the motion, he should sit down. I rise to second the motion. The motion is therefore seconded. Thank you very much.
No. Which one? You are not sure. Mr. Chairman,
Minority Leader, just a minute. Would you kindly resume yourself, Minority Leader? Minority Leader, I'll give you the floor. All right. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. The Honorable Minority Leader was on the floor before the other honorable member interjected. The rules of the House. Honorable members. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader, please continue with the seconding of the motion.
Mr.
Please
Chairman.
second the motion. Please second the motion.
Mr. Chairman, our Constitution, Article 95, provides that there shall be a Speaker who shall be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I have in my hand a statement issued by the office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, titled President-elect mandates NDC parliamentary leadership to nominate Right Honorable ASK Bagbin as Speaker of 9th Parliament. It reads, the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has in consultation with the National Executive and Parliamentary Leadership of National Democratic Congress, mandated the nomination
Mr. Chairman
of the Right Honorable Abansuman Kingsford Babi as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this letter is signed by Mr. Felix Ofosu, Kwachi Ofosu, as special aid. Chairman, the preliminary issue I'm raising is to the effect that the nomination
Mr. Chairman,
only requires the consent
where from
of
that
the
letter?
person to be nominated.
Where from that letter? That letter, where is it from?
Situation where
It must not be tolerated.
that the executive now directs that a member should nominate would make this arm of
This is the
government
House of Records.
an
Where from that
appendage
letter?
of the executive. Mr. Chairman,
You people, no, where from that letter?
is the objection that I have. Having made that point,
Where from that letter?
I need, Mr. Chairman, to also draw your attention
You see, Sammy,
to the fact
you have
that
been vindicated.
in 2001,
Jethro.
7 January, when
Is
Right
this
Honorable
seconding the
himself,
motion?
as minority
What
leader,
is doing?
was seconding the motion ably moved by J.H. Mensah for consideration of Alajete as the speaker. These were his observations, and I read from column 4 of the Hansard of 7 January 2001. I quote, ASK Bagbin, NDC, Nadole Kalu North, as he then was. He says, Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion urging this House to accept the nomination of Mr. Peter Alajete as Speaker of the 3rd Parliament of the 4th Republic. He goes on to say, Mr. Chairman, in doing so, however, I would want to register the displeasure of the minority side on how this issue has been handled. Mr. Chairman, it is part of the rules of democracy for us to be heard. I am not opposed to the motion, but my concerns must register for Hansa. And the man that we are proposing for the high office of Speaker himself
has set a precedent where in seconding Alajete, the chair allowed him to raise his concerns. Let us tolerate each other. I am here with his own records. Mr. Chair, my contention basically is that in view of the improper consultation, from the majority side in this matter, and in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the executive in a public statement is directing the honorable majority leader to nominate a person. I hold the view that honorable minority leader.
No, I have to come in. There is no any executive.
Minority leader.
There is no any executive.
Minority leader. Honorable minority.
There is no any executive.
Honorable minority.
Which executive?
Honorable minority leader.
There is no executive.
Recognize honorable members' intents. But let me make a point. Honorable minority, I am the chair of these proceedings. Let me make my point. Honorable minority leader, there are extraneous matters which I believe should not be part of this process. You were to second the motion. The other information you were tendering, the other information you were providing is not an information which is before this House. It is not part of the process for consideration for nomination of the Speaker. So, in seconding the motion, these matters ought not to have been brought to the floor of the House. Let me make that point. In doing so, I recognize Honorable Muntaka. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair, ordinarily, I will not have reason to speak. But because we have rules and you have a leader grossly abusing it, I need to draw his attention. Aside Order 7, I want to refer the minority leader to our standing orders 11510. And in 11510, it says, and I read, under rules of debate, and I read, a member seconding the motion or an amendment shall state, Mr. or Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion or amendment, except that this may be without limiting the right of the member to speak later at a later stage within the debate. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, 11, it says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of the motion, but subject to these orders, no further, and that's where the emphasis is, no further debate is allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. So while you are saying, yes, it's within your right as a member, and even when you go to Order 8, after seconding and the motion is taken, before the Speaker is called to take the chair, the standing order allows a member to get up and make other comments before that chair. So all we are saying is that in what you are doing, you are abusing the rules. You can second the motion, let the motion pass. If you have something to say, you get up and you cut the out of the chair, and then you will be allowed to speak. So with this, you are abusing our rules, and we need to draw your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable minority leader, I take it that you have seconded the motion. If you haven't seconded the motion, honorable minority leader, you will second the motion. You will not proceed on any other matter apart from seconding the motion. So long as I remain the chair of these proceedings, you will not do any other thing apart from seconding the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have heard Honorable Muntaka. I disagree with him, but I'll reserve that for another day. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you. Wait, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you. A preliminary matter is a preliminary matter. Having raised them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, having raised them, I shall proceed, therefore, to second the motion moved by my legislator colleague.
The motion for the nomination for consideration for election to the office of the Speaker has been moved and ably seconded. Earlier, I drew attention to the relevant provisions of the standing orders, which requires a consent letter from the person nominated. Let me indicate, I have in my hand a consent letter addressed to the Clerk to Parliament, Parliament House Accra. Attention, Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma Jetro. Written consent to be nominated as the Speaker. Pursuant to Order 7.2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I hereby consent to be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Your cooperation is highly solicited. Signed, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. So we have the consent letter. Having secured the consent letter, yes, it is appropriately tabled. It is appropriately tabled. Yes, together. Yes, together with all. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this time, I want to find out, is there any other nomination? No. All right.
Mr. Chairman, in response to your question, our side, no other nomination. Just for the record, we do not have any other. Why are you scared? You think we want to pull a fast one on you? Why are you scared? Mr. Speaker, why are they scared? We are not pulling a fast one on you. We will not. Are you sure you don't have any other nomination yourself? Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from our side. Mr. Chairman, have patience for the process. Our side, the MPP minority, has no other nomination. But we want to find out from the backbench whether they have any other nomination. They should tell us. Whether they are only relying on the president-elect's nomination or they have another one. They should let us know.
Other nomination, I hereby duly declare Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby as having been elected we will continue with proceedings. Will you humbly resume your seat? All members, please resume your seats. Now, we will invite the sponsors to conduct Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby to the chamber. As Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby
is being conducted into the House, I shall invite the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, to proceed to the days for the administration of oath.
Tata nie wiwej, nana nie wiwej, name name, tame tame, małe nabe małe tame mene kame bleo, amene me cho se se bleo, Aglenyo betetia mawena be mawetame. Amere mecho saseblo ewo. Asinyo betacha mawena be mawetame. Amere mecho saseblo ewo. Enukunyo be hahachi mawena be mawetame. Amere mecho saseblo ewo. Enukunyo be hahachi mawena be mawetame. Amere mecho saseblo ewo. Tatanya viwe, nananya viwe, name name, tame tame, mawe name mawe tame, medeme kavleo, amedeme chohu saseo, asinyonyo bechacha, mawe name mawe tame, amedeme chohu saseo, asinyonyo bechacha, mawe name mawe tame. Ameda me chohu saseo, ehuchunyo bekopochi mawe name mawe tame. Ameda me chohu saseo, ehuchunyo bekopochi mawe name mawe tame. Ameda me chohu saseo.
I shall now invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, to administer the oaths of allegiance and the oath of office of the Speaker to the Speaker-elect. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, may proceed to the dais for the administration of the oaths.
We will start with the oath of allegiance. Who can you say after me?
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
And integrity of Ghana.
And integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve. Protect.
And defend.
The
Constitution.
Of
the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
the Speaker's oath.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as by law established,
as by law established,
that I will uphold the integrity
that I will uphold the integrity
of the Republic of Ghana,
of the Republic of Ghana,
that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of Parliament, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with the Constitution of Ghana and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. God bless you.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, it is now time for us to move to item 5 on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker delivers acceptance speech. Honorable members, I proceed to deliver my acceptance speech. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Justice Mrs. Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokunu, Honorable Members of Parliament elect, Your Excellencies, Speakers, and Presidents of legislatures present. I'm aware we have a number of them with us today. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps present, spiritual and traditional leaders of the country, chairmen and executives of political parties present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great humility that I accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, having had the same honor to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. I am grateful to the Almighty God for His grace and mercies for me to achieve this rare feat. To Him be all the praise and honor. Honorable members of Parliament elect, I am very grateful for the privilege and confidence you have reposed in me to be Speaker and to head this honorable House once more. I also express my gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the trust and confidence in me and my leadership of the House, and for recommending my candidature in consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress to be elected Speaker of this Parliament. I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung parliaments. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To Ghana, who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your parliament and be interested and engaged with the work of parliament. As the standard orders of parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor. I thank you so much. Honorable members, we now proceed to item 6 on the order paper. Taking of oaths. Members must be present to be sworn in. I notice a number of members have moved out of the chamber, and if you are not sworn in, you remain member-elect. Members, before I swear you in, it's proper I draw your attention to the presence of some important dignitaries in the House. We have the spouse of the Chief Justice of us, Mr. Francis Tokonu, apart from my spouse, Madam Alice Ajua Yunus. We also have His Excellency Adama Bitogo, Président Assemblée nationale de Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, he's a very dear friend and brother of mine. You are most welcome. We also have the Right Honorable Nabekun, Speaker of the Liberian House of Representatives. We have His Excellency Fortune Zefamia Sharubira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Honorable Ajaratu Traore Coulibaly, Second Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. We have the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. He is ably supported by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. We have the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Information, Broadcasting, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism Committee, and also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Committee in the person of Senate Abraham Darius Dillon. I'm sure you can see the galaxy of our kings, our queens, our queen mothers in the public gallery. And I see your lovely, the term I use here is spouses of members of parliament. And those who actually lead us spiritually. We have a lot of religious leaders with us. So those of you who go quoting the holy books, whether the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible, please kindly take note and don't mislead when you are quoting. We have a number of the members of the diplomatic corps. On your behalf, I warmly welcome all of you. Now I can see that all members are present. Honorable members-elect, actually, in accordance with 100 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 13.1 of the Standard Orders of Parliament, I shall proceed to administer the oaths to you, members-elect, and you may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Holy Quran. Alternatively, a member-elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation. May I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I in the name of the Almighty God, swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, you repeat after me. I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic as by law established, that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Please resume your seats. Honorable members, resume your seats. members, before I congratulate all of you on the assumption of office as members of parliament, it is important I remind you of the crucial role of political leadership in development. Honorable members, it is very important for you to keep uppermost in your mind the crucial role of political leadership in the process of national development. Society develops or fails to develop depending on the extent to which its political leadership is intelligent, creative, skillful, committed, and has the capacity to enlist support, induce loyalty, and to inspire confidence. Today, we are now the political leaders of Ghana. And this onerous responsibility rests with us. I know together we can do it. We have no alternative than to coalesce together to develop Ghana. With this, I thank you for your patience and attention. I will, on behalf of your constituents, the good people of Ghana, and our beloved Mother Ghana, congratulate you all for this achievement. I'm aware of what you went through before you got elected to this house. And I trust that you will not abuse the trust and confidence of the people. With this, honorable members, you are all to sign the oaths and submit the signed copies to the marshal. Please, you can do that now or later. Honorable members, happily, your new standing orders is in print, and you'll be giving copies soon. May I now have the guidance of the leadership of the House, whether there's any more item for us to take, or we should call it a ninth. House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may we please proceed to item 7. The House elect deputy speakers, item 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is that the sense of the House? We shall now proceed to item 6 to elect the 2 deputy speakers of the House. Any nominations?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Standing Order 12 of this House, I hereby nominate Honorable Bernard Ahiafo for consideration by this August House as the first Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo is a distinguished lawyer with 23 years of experience at the bar. He is currently an NDC Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency. In the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a respected member, ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo comes from Atijive in the Akachi South municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo was born on the 6th day of February 1973. So he's over 52 years today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member of Adaklu, Honorable Kwame Abuja. I so move.
I hope, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I hope this time around there will be no theatrics, and so I'll proceed. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, can you hear me? Honorable members, there being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency, duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
It's the same way. You should find it. I am for none of the we are still saying Kaput, no chance.
Honorable members, may we now proceed to the election of the second Deputy Speaker. Any nomination? Yes.
Speaker, I rise with respect to nominate Speaker, I rise to nominate the Honorable Andrew Esiama Amuako for the position of the second Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the Honorable Amuako Esiama is a respected surveyor, a lawyer, an educationist, and to top it up, a politician. In environmental law, degree in conflict, peace and security. He also holds a bachelor's degree in land economy and law. Speaker, the Honorable Esiama is proudly married with 5 children. All of us, most of us in this chamber can testify that in the 8th Parliament, the Honorable Esiama has played the role of deputizing you on many occasions, especially occasions where the House has come to some form of tension. He has dispensed his job and himself creditably. Speaker, let me also say that I have in my hands a letter of consent of the nominee. And so I shall rely on these, and without adding more, I so move. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to Article 96(1)(b) of the 1992 Constitution, noting the election of the first Deputy Speaker from the NDC party, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Asiema Andrew Amwako, Member of Parliament for Mina constituency, duly elected as the second Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
They wanted to bring an image. But we told them to bring the other people. They wanted to bring an image. Yes.
Honorable members, this is the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I understand. But let it be known that it's unparliamentary to clap in plenary sessions of this House. You don't clap. You say, yeah, yeah. You have to control your emotions. It's a learning process, and so it's important I draw your attention. Let me now happily bring to your attention that the people who made me possible to get to this have come in their numbers from the beautiful constituency, the Nadolu-Kaleo constituency in the Upper West region. And so I have a number of my hard-working constituents at the public gallery. I think it's important you thank them on my behalf for what they've done for all these years. I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Now, with your kind indulgence, I will proceed to suspend the sitting of the House to 10 in the forenoon, when we shall all reconvene at the Independence Square for another important activity. Honorable members are expected to be seated by 9 in the forenoon. Proceedings will commence at 10 prompt. With this, the sitting honorable members, I've been given further information that in view of the numbers expected at the Independence Square, you are all urged to convene in the presence of Parliament, where there will be some buses to convey you to the venue, that is the Independence Square. And so you are expected to be here before the 9 in the forenoon. Please, let's be time conscious in this matter. With this, I proceed to suspend the sitting, and that is the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The House and sitting is accordingly suspended.
Are we to take the coronavirus? That's what they say. Take everything.
So that's the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbing, suspending sitting for the first meeting of the 9th Parliament. I still have in studio with me the former Member of Parliament for Boem, Daniel Kwesi Ashiama, and also former Director of the Ghana School of Law, Mr. Kweku Ansansari. Gentlemen, we're expecting some showdown on the on the floor of Parliament. The injunction application that we're told had been served on the Clerk of Parliament and also on the Speaker, the Acting Clerk, Ebenezer Ahomajatro, when he began, told us yes, he had injunction for Akwatia. But as for Ablekuma North, the EC had not communicated the member who had been elected. And so that was the communication. Speaker Bagbing also came in, saw everybody in. He didn't even talk about an injunction and all that. How do you see the inauguration of the 9th Parliament?
Well, thank you very much. It's cool. It's cool. To me, maybe this is how things are going to play out. Peaceful.
Okay.
Yes. Like my personal wish was that they shouldn't even give a
Speaker.
Yes, I've preached that the whole day. But once it is given, I don't have anything against. Maybe what I've seen right now is maybe Honorable Benahianfo will be new, and then the second person to be new if it were to be independent. So right now you see that the experienced person is the Speaker, and the second Deputy Speaker is also experienced, so to say.
But in 2004, the two deputies were new, but they had it.
We have an agenda.
Freddie Blay and Malik Yakubu. They were all new.
I've preached for. I told you yesterday, that was what I was preaching. That to me, they shouldn't give MPP anything because they're just going to be causing confusion. Like Abeni Maki have started. That is permanent. But now that they have given it to Isiama, I don't have anything against him. We could do this because 4 years for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we don't need to waste time. We need to deliver. So these minor or petty things should be pushed aside. So I will appeal with those of us in that group that we shouldn't give MPP anything. No, they don't deserve it.
Because a lot of the NDC supporters were saying that
I'm appealing to their conscience because I'm also part of it. We say that they shouldn't give them anything. If you don't give them anything, nothing will happen. But maybe the House has shown more maturity in this dispensation. So our young boys and girls, let us see how things will play out. We can start fighting from the word go, whilst we have only 4 years to deliver our 24-hour economy.
So how do you see the 9th Parliament?
It's going to go well.
Really? With the way it has started?
Yeah, it's going to go well. No, if Apenuma King misbehaves, we'll just ignore him because we have the votes. We get
depending on who sits in the chair.
Oh, all these people, the speakers, to work well.
Okay.
To work well.
Lawyer.
Actually, we are not going for war. We just have to advise Apenuma King to behave.
Well.
Yes.
Lawyer, did you see any surprises coming up, especially with the election of the second deputy speaker?
Oh, no surprises. I think that see, the speaker chose his words carefully. You know, he stressed the fact that he hoped that they will coalesce together to develop our beloved
country.
Mother Ghana. And if you consider the way the elections were conducted, you see consensus building in it. Like Honorable, you said he didn't expect the MPP to be giving it, but I kept telling him in a private, discussion that in order to move the country forward, the MPP must at least be giving the second deputy, speakership.
To do what exactly?
Well, it's part of governance. It's part of parliamentary governance, give and take. It's not going to be, yes, NDC, because the NDC will need, the right arm, of MPP, and likewise NPP will also need, the left arm of the NDC. And it's, what I understood the speaker to be suggesting. And then, but let me say this. I think the conduct of the minority leader, Honorable Afenyo King, is unparliamentary.
Which one?
And if the standing orders speak to the fact that there shall be no preliminary remarks or debates
or commentary.
Yeah, I mean, there shall means it shouldn't, be done. So whether it is preliminary observations or not, they should not be made. The standing rules suggest that you can make them after the secondment has been carried. And if it has not been carried, you cannot. And when his colleagues were to drop, the approach that he had adopted, he refused. I don't think it is, parliamentary.
The clerk should have drawn his attention because the clerk is...
The clerk did 3 times in a very subtle manner, and you can even see that the speaker, just didn't, deal with that issue at all. He didn't raise it. Not that he couldn't have raised it, but because the clerk already, intimated that if you were not eligible to take part or participate in the proceedings and you did, you shall suffer the consequences. He made it that quite clear, and therefore the wisdom of the speaker, it was a no-go area. He did not mention it, and I think it was good he didn't.
And this is where I also stand. You see that Apenuma King went back to refer us to what Speaker Bagby said in 2005. Do you get me right?
Yeah.
That is why what they did to NDC in 2000, I want it repeated. You see, MPP, always they think they have the audacity to do anything untoward in this country. Once you are referring us to 2005, what Bagby said, we should have given them the second deputy speaker. We shouldn't. So that we also refer them to what they did to us using Freddie Blay and Yakubu and ignoring Kenjirasa. We should have done that. But I accept the peace. To me, I will say anything out of my heart, but Ghana is paramount. So that is how I see it is. But we should have done that. I will be the most happiest person. Because if it were to be MPP, they will not give NDC second deputy speaker today. They won't. Never. So they should also check their behavior to lead this nation. But maybe my consolation would be the fact that it is because of this behavior that they lost massively. So I think God has consoled me. But they have been doing it always.
But we are always learning. We are always learning.
You wait. I'll meet you one day and remind you of what these MPP have done again. Okay. They are always like that. Why? They shouldn't be like that.
Well, lawyer.
But the ceremony has been, very impressive.
Very, very impressive.
Okay.
Very peaceful. I'm just appealing to our base. Don't get annoyed, okay?
Maybe you should see what they are saying on social media.
Yeah,
when you go up here, you know.
I've started seeing you on our platform before.
Lawyer, before we go, let me hear from you your expectations of the 9th Parliament.
I think that they are going to consolidate the gains, the modest gains that the 8th Parliament managed, to chalk. And beyond that, I can predict Speaker Bagbin building an effective and efficient, Parliament and parliamentary service for Mother Ghana. I have that confidence, and I know he's going to deliver. He will deliver. Yes.
Okay. Lawyer, very grateful that you joined us. Lawyer Kwekwan Sansari is former director, Ghana School of Law. He's also a private legal practitioner and the former member of parliament for Buim, Daniel Kwesi Ashiama. They join us to do the discussion today. Earlier, you heard my colleagues Kwabena Bobiansa, Listo Nanakusipuku, and Kwame Otriginia. That's how we wrap up our coverage of the dissolution of the 8th Parliament and the inauguration 9th Parliament here on Ghana's #1 CTV. We were live on Class 91.3, Accra 100.5 FM, on Facebook as well, and also Tadi FM and Who FM. Do join us tomorrow, or I should say this morning, yes, just around 6, Ghana Mankoso, my sister Yatiti, Ohima Yatiti will start. And then when it's around 10, we go to the Black Star Square for the swearing in of President John Mahama and Vice President Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. My name is Valentino Foyefrie. On behalf of the entire crew, we are grateful for your company. Good morning.
CTV, Ghana's #1.